Here we are, 2024, back on the bank. Happy New Year, everybody. Let me just do the usual. Is the stream streaming?
Here we are, 2024.
There we are. Right. 118 on the Syndicate Lake. I had two choices today: go down the river or come back to Gold Valley on the Syndicate Lake, and I decided to come back to this peg 118 that I fished a couple of days ago in the match, just to try and fix a few things that I think I did wrong and get comfortable. Fishing matches is one thing, you know, having the ability and the time to practice to try and improve upon your mistakes is another. So that's what I'm looking to do today. So a couple of things where I think I went wrong last week, a couple of days ago. When I was fishing the pole, I fed whilst I had the pole rig in the water. I think that caused some foul up because that's what was getting me the problems with the F1s. So I'm looking to fix that today. I'm also looking to maybe fish it a little bit more, see if I can get some carp. So we'll see about that. But the big issue was the distance on the feeder. As you can see in front of me, at 13 meters there's a little bush, then there's 3 clumps of reeds, and I was fishing to the 3rd reed, and I spent most of the match commentating that I thought the fish were between the reed and the tree and the rope. So I fixed it today. I've got 2 rods with me. One's 24 grams, it's clipped up to the 3rd set of reeds. I'm going to start there again, and then the 2nd rod is clipped up just past the tree, so it's between the tree and the rope. It's a decent cast. I'm going to stand up to do that chuck, but I'm going to start again by fishing just over there. I hope everyone's had a lovely new year, depending on, well, regardless of what you were doing. I hope everyone's had a nice new year. 24 grams, and hopefully we're going to catch some fish. That's the plan. I'm going to start on a white wafter. A little discussion with Anthony. I'm going to carry on that process. So I'm going to fish a white wafter. And essentially I'm going to fish this as if it was the match. Although I'm going to start a few minutes early. There's a match on Gold Lake today. Good luck to all those ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure they'll catch a few, and I look forward to finding out who the winner is of the first match of 2024 at Gold Valley. But we're going to start as we did the other day, fishing to that 3rd set of reeds, and I'm going to play the fish differently today. I had a discussion with a couple of anglers on the way home about this peg as we were packing up, and the common consensus was that, you would have thought I'd set my gear up, would you? The common consensus was, in order to get yourself out of problems in this peg and not have issues, is to hold the rod up and play the fish high up in the air and try and get the fish to come up in the water in front of you, not hold the rod down to the side, just encouraging them to try and kite. So that's what I'm going to practice today. Might be easier said than done, trying to change my style, but there we go. I should have taken a picture, stuck it on Instagram. I didn't. I've also got my other GoPro mount on today. I put it on my shoulder. It's just on my left hand shoulder, so I'm going to try that when I fish the pole and see if that gives a better camera angle. So here we are. We're in 5-minute casts, 8:53. Let's catch a fish. I got here first thing this morning. I was the first one at the gates at 6:45, which is an early start for me to get down here for that time. But I was here at 6:45, and I had to stand around having a quick chat till about 7:45 because it was dark. But I wanted to get my peg. So Let's see if I can correct the wrongs of the couple of days ago. There was a match here yesterday. Jeb, great angler, fished this peg. He had 44 pounds, something like that. It was in the 40s, I think. He fished slightly differently to me. He fished, I'm told, 30 metres on the pole, but instead of to the bank, he fished it out in front. Again, had a problem with foul looking fish. So we'll look to see if we can get a better success rate on that today. I'm not going to feed it just yet. I think when I was fishing the match the other day, I didn't feed it until at least an hour had gone, so I'm going to do the same today. I think the rain's going to come about 2 o'clock, so it should be good for a couple of hours. And I'm rainproof anyway. It's not like rain causes me a problem. I'm rainproof with this setup. I've got the camera to the left. That's recording slightly different angle today. I'm just trying that as something a little bit different to get more of the lake in as well as me. Hopefully that'll make some nice shots. If and when I get some fish. Well, when I get some fish. If I blank here today, we've got some serious problems. I might have jinxed myself saying that. So 5-minute casts. Again, I need to keep an eye out for fish further out than where I'm fishing. I haven't seen anything move this morning, but I've been busy setting up for the last hour, so let's see. Cormorant coming to take a little perch in the tree just next to me. Hopefully I'll show you how it's done. So I'm going to hold the rod and just keep an eye out in front of me. Just, yeah, I should better see on the camera. I'm going to put my arm out actually. I'm going to take my thing off the rod. Keep an eye on it though. And I've got to put my finger out and then I've got to leave it out until I can see it. It's like a 30-second delay on the YouTube transmission. Right. I'll try and point out these areas. So down a bit more. I think what I'll do is I'll make a little when I do the video, I'll make a little picture. I'll take a map and I'll show you exactly where I'm talking about. Right, so the 3 clumps of reed are here, like 1, 2, 3, and I'm fishing off the end one. And then you've got the tree, which is about another 5-6 meters, and then the rope about another 5-6 meters after that. I also think what I'll do at the end of the match is I'll walk up the bank and I'll take a little bit of extra footage on the phone, so you can see exactly where I'm talking about. Right, well, that's 5 minutes. Right, go. It's time 9 o'clock. So I'm going to watch the peg like a hawk today. Looking for signs of fish moving. To give me some indication of where they might be. It's shallow at on this pole line. I'll show you. This pole rig. Look, what's that? 1 foot. Yeah, foot and a half. 1 3/4. Is that 18 inches? Just over 20 inches deep, something like that. That's how deep it is off of this left hand margin up the bank, and I assume it's no deeper off that clump of reeds where I'm chucking it. It seems to be pretty uniform around my margin here, up the bank, I think, and then you have to go into the lake for it to shelve off. Which will kind of make sense. But I am gonna just keep an eye out today. I'm sticking with the pellets. They're just going in natural. Generally don't add anything onto my pellets ever, so they're just going in like that. I've got some red maggot, and I have mixed up some all-round black from the Advantage range. If I feel I want to put a bit of ground bait in, I've mixed up, just under half a bag. Duck's in a good mood this morning. Right, camera's at the right angle. Oh yeah, it's alright. But I'm going to feed that margin line earlier today. At the bank. Just going to feed it with red maggots, 4 or 5 maggots, 2 lots each time. see if we can prime that line and maybe have a look at it at 10 o'clock. What are we doing for time? One more minute and then recast it. I'm just going to fish it as if I was fishing the match. I'm putting many pellets in the bottom of that hybrid feeder, and I'm not putting many on the top either. It's pretty flat. It's the winter time, and cast a little bit further out this time. It's the winter time. I don't want to put tons of bait in. I know it's mild, but still. I don't want to go crazy with the amount of bait I put in the peg. So good morning if you're just joining. I'm back at Gold Valley Lakes on peg 118 on the Syndicate Lake, and I'm looking to essentially fish my match again that I did 2 days ago. Just trying to correct a couple of mistakes that I think I made. I fed over the top of my pole line when I was fishing. I think that caused the fish to come up and get some to foul at some fish. And I also need to look for signs of fish past where I'm fishing again, and if I see them today I'm going to fish to them. I've got another rod set up with a 36 gram feeder that I can chuck there no problem. So that's clipped up just past the tree, as I would call it, towards the rope. I think that's where the fish were spending their time the other day. I'm going to play the fish differently today. I had some chats with some people after the match around how I was playing the fish, and seemingly one of the better ideas is just to hold the rod high, sort of imitating what carp anglers do actually when they're fishing weedy venues. And sometimes I forget, because I don't fish weedy venues, of what it was like. I used to, but I don't anymore. But holding the rod high to get the fish to come to the surface as quick as possible. So we'll try that today. And I'll do that just on the box, and if it doesn't work then I'll even stand and do it. Hopefully I've put my box down correctly and I'm not going to slip the platform into the lake. Fingers crossed. Just have a little practice. I'll stand up. Yeah. That looks pretty safe to me. I don't see any signs of fish moving at all, actually. I'm looking from the bank If I go from the far bank, peg 119, 20, 21, 22, 23. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I'm looking across that whole area. Wind is pretty much in the same direction. I think it's a west-southwest today. Same again, this peg's flat calm. Temperature's about the same. I think this is all going to be about looking for signs of fish today. And priming this pole line later. Morning, Neil. Yeah, I'm looking to correct some stuff. It was either that or head down the river today, but I'm saving. There's a peg I want to fish where I think I'm going to catch some bream, and I want to save it and fish it with my son. And I didn't get a chance to check the river before today. So I did have thoughts that if I go out to the river, I've not seen it, I could get there and it could be absolutely unfishable. So unlike the other day, Greber's just swum out from the bank, just by the tree, and it's diving. I'm fishing a lot shorter than that, but I don't know if that's going to disturb the fish. Generally I'd say no, but who knows. So yeah, if I see the fish further past where I'm fishing, I'm going to fish to them today. I'm going to just try it a bit differently and play the fish differently. At the moment I don't see any signs of any fish moving at all. Now there was a match on here yesterday, and they've been alternating the matches between Gold Lake and Syndicate Lake, so they get a day's rest, but I don't think it's going to be a problem fishing it on its rest day. Certainly plenty of fishing there, right. Yeah, exactly, Neil. It can't be where I'm planning to fish. It's too... well, I don't believe it can flood into the field. It's too high, the bank. But I'm not a complete expert, and I could be completely wrong. But I'll have a look in a couple of weeks and see what it's like. I'm fishing a club match on a new venue I've not fished. I don't know if it's next week. I don't think it's this weekend. I think it might be next weekend or the weekend after. We've got to check. So I'll see how we get on. As I understand it, it's a I don't think it's a massive lake. It's got a bunch of islands. It's got a bunch of carp in it, so it's going to be interesting. I've never fished it, but I'm sure it'll be a case of chucking to an island, if I've got an island chuck, and then 30 metres and down the edge, something like that. That'd be my standard approach before I've done any homework on the venue. Keep on time, what is it? Quarter past. So if I was fishing the match, that'll be the first 20 minutes gone. I've got this in my pocket. I'm going to put it in my pocket. Stream might drop out in a second, but I'll be back if it does. Right, hopefully we're all still here. Still no signs of fish moving anywhere. I'm going to just stay with the line I'm on. I think what we'll do is we'll fish this line for an hour. I'll look at the pole line. Keep my eyes out for fish movement, and then after we've had a go on the pole, then I'll go long regardless on the other rod. Just trying to think, if I was fishing a match, would I give it that long, or would I only give this another 5 minutes before I chucked one long to have a look? I think I'd leave it because there's no signs of fish elsewhere. Yeah, I think that's what I'd do. I'm a little bit out of sync with the time. We'll leave this one till 25 past. Leave this one a little bit longer. Scanning those 6 pegs opposite, I can't see any fish topping or moving at all. I can't see them in my peg either. Maybe all the fish have gone down 101 down the other end of the lake. I think there's 3 pleasure anglers, maybe they're having the day of their life. Fish have all gone for a holiday. In case you're wondering, that was 2 catapults of maggots, but it was 7 maggots in total. I'm just putting a few maggots in, little and often. Just sitting there thinking, if I got a spare landing net attachment, I think I could lay it across the water to get a real close-up shot of the float, or just off that bush. That for the summer. So I'll be interested. I'm trying to make a return to 118 video, and the fish will just completely back off and leave the peg because they've got the whole lake to back off to with no other pressure. That'd be hilarious. Right. Still watching, still no signs of any fish. It's easy to spot that blue kingfisher goes shooting up into the trees though. It's pretty distinctive. There's some disturbance by the tree. I don't know if it was a fish or whether I just saw some ducks go in. I don't know if the duck had dived or whether the duck was jumping out the lake. Duck's coming back out from the tree. Still can't see any movement of fish on the far side. Just a grebe in peg 119 swimming around. Oh, there's a fish, I think. At least that was a grebe between 120 and 121. Definitely a lot of commotion going on there. Some ducks having some fun. What I didn't want to do today was to start long and push them away into 118, sorry, into 119, 120. Because there's nothing on the other side to push them back this way. So I thought I'd start where I am, and then if they're there and they back off, then they'll back off to the second line. Okay, 2 cormorants sitting in the tree. Get off down south, see, you lot. It's not far to fly from here. Alright. Doesn't seem like 5 minutes, but maybe it is. A minute to go. No, the grebe's definitely working the tree around that area. It's diving from the tree and it's diving and it's going back down the bank towards 119. Time for another cast. Put just a little bit of that ground bait in with these pellets on this one. Morning, Simon. Happy New Year. Morning, everybody else. Just I've returned to peg 118 on the Syndicate Lake today to try and correct a couple of things from the other day. And interestingly, I don't see any fish moving at all, as it happens. There was a match here yesterday, so I'm fishing the lake on its rest day, but if I look through pegs 119 through 126, I don't see any fish moving. I don't see any fish moving along my bank as I did the other day. Might be early doors. I'm priming the left-hand edge line as I did the other day, so I'm going to look at that at 10 o'clock. I'm going to fish that on the pole, and then we'll see how that goes. And if there's no signs of fish at all on any of those lines, I will go long today. I just wanted to start short in case they backed off. But I've started short and I've fished it for what now? 40 minutes, no bites. Morning, Dennis. Happy New Year. Maybe all the fish had a big one last night and they've not woken up yet. It is interesting how fish behave. They do operate differently, you know, when there's a match on and there's not a match on. I think a lot of anglers don't realise it or think about it, but as soon as you put 20-30 anglers around a lake, you put pressure on the lake in certain areas, the fish behave differently. Now, I've not seen any fish, so I can't say that I saw them and they backed off, but at the moment there's no signs of fish in the peg, which I don't believe. But I'm starting to think that they may be longer, but they're not. They're just not breaking the surface. I didn't catch any fish, but I caught one F1 on this line, I think the other day, didn't I? Something like that. Buongiorno, Leonardo. I assume you're. Well, I'm going to make a guess that you're Italian. So I think buongiorno is appropriate. Well, they could be Spanish. I'll have to throw hola in there as well. Let me know. How's that been? It's been 5 minutes, but I'm going to leave it for another 5. Yeah, as I was saying, that lakes and fish behave differently when there's matches to when there's not matches. Sometimes it helps to have a counter pressure on the other side of the lake to stop the fish backing off into no man's land, which they can sometimes do. And sometimes it helps that there's no one there, and then you have a complete, you know, red letter day and catch an absolute load of fish. But what's generally sure is, you know, consistently you'll catch more when there's not a match. That's a, I'd say that was a bite. It was more than a liner. So let's see. Get back out there. I'll put a little bit of that ground bait in again. Trying to be as accurate as I can, cast it in the same spot. What's the time? 9:37. Okay, so 40 minutes for some signs of life, which again tells me, you know, that between me and where I'm fishing, not past where I'm fishing, so there's something this way. There's a slight move forward, then the rod tip dropped back, which is why I'm satisfied that it was a bite. Normally when you get a liner, it just bends round the tip. Well, let's see. Yes, Simon, but I'm saving it. I've had a little think. There's a couple of places that I'm saving to fish with my son. One's Willow Park and one's the peg where I think I'm going to catch some bream out of the river. So I'm going to wait and fish them with him. But we will get there. I'm just not sure when. Slight movement on the tip. So that was a little liner, fish bashing into the line. Same again, we'll run this a little bit longer. I'll run this till 1:45. There's two things I want to iron out from the other day, at least two. One is when I'm fishing the pole line, don't catapult bait over my floats. I think that was causing some foul hookers. Rig's just sitting there, I put in bait, fish swim out from the bank, bash into my line, I strike and foul hook them. That's one thing I want to sort out. And the other one is when I catch a fish along this margin, instead of to play it as I normally would play it with the rod in the air, which, speaking to a couple of people, should mean I'm more successful at getting the fish up in the water, so they're fighting against the rod instead of fighting against the rod to the side. I'm sure that makes sense to everybody. Play like a carp angler. So I think we'll do that. But there are no signs of fish moving at all. No signs. Give this 3 more minutes. So the rigs are the same from 2 days ago. This is 24 gram Guru. Not sure if it's a small or a medium hybrid feeder. The Guru speed bead, 4-inch hook length, QM1, size 14, and a small bait band. The longer one is the same, except it's a 36 gram feeder. And the pole float's the same. It's a Drennan Crystal, 0.4 of a gram. And the reason why it's a heavier float, you could easily fish this with a 0.2, is because it's pretty shallow, so I want some weight in the rig. And if the F1s bump into the rig, with it being heavier, the rig will reset faster. So that's why I'm running it as heavy as it is. Right, it's a slow start. Maybe the about this peg just off this third set of reeds. Maybe there's something. Maybe it's super shallow. I don't want to come in it, not too sure. Every time I fish up a lake and I fish up the bank like this, I'm reminded of one of the Fishermania qualifiers I fished here years ago. I drew peg 56 on Gold Lake. When there's a fisho here, and you know, like all other venues, you know, M pegs are great because you're a little bit protected from the pressure and that type of stuff. So peg 56 on Gold Lake is the first peg you come to on the left hand side, and effectively you fish in, you know, in front of the clubhouse and slightly up the bank. And it was a really warm summer's day, and I clipped up 2 method feeders to that bank, and I was going to fish the pole down the inside to my right as well. And the commentator had sat down with William Raisin and said, you know, who do you fancy to do well in the qualifier? And Will's gone through the list, which I've seen afterwards, and my name's on there, you know, in the, you know, top 5, 6, 7 picks of who's going to do well in the match. So because of that, the commentators, I think, started to, you know, walk around and get his head around where everyone is. And he's gone and walked and stepped over the brick wall that's there on peg 56, stood right up on the bank, shouted over to me, "There's a ton of fish here." And I've shouted back to him. So you know, I don't think I was annoyed, but quite a calm manner. There won't be if you keep standing there. He stood there for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes with the cameraman, and then they moved away. The match started and I've cast over to there. Not a fish to be seen. Not a line and not anything. It's completely spooked all of them, and they've all swum away. I've caught down the edge in the end. I think I've had something like £50 in a match where £80 won it, but I couldn't get a bite up the bank all day long. I'm like, thanks mate. So every time I fish a peg like this, I'm reminded of it. Not that anyone's come past today, but it does just remind me. Right, that's a little bit longer, no bite. So what we've been fishing now, an hour? I think we started at 10:02, something like that. Put a little bit more of this ground bait with it. Still no signs of a fish. Maybe I'm truly cursed in this peg. Truly cursed. Well, the other day I was only £8 off a section win, I think. 2 days ago. The weights weren't massive. I thought they would catch. Much better to my right. My fish weighed more than I thought they did. I think I weighed in £36 and maybe 45 won the section, something like that. So it wasn't too bad a performance. I think I had 3 fish at the halfway point, and I actually did better than I'm doing today. I had a fish second chuck, and by the time 40 minutes had gone, I'd had 2 fish, 2 F1s. Could be that this third reed off the side of that is the wrong starting point. It could be that. It just looks like a nice target, you know. Little indication on the tip. Something swum into the line somewhere. Maybe they don't like these 2 cormorants sitting in the tree. Ducks think that's hilarious. Right, so that's an hour. one bite stroke liner and another couple of indications. And they've come in the last 15 minutes. Three cormorants in the tree. Or is it two and a heron? Might be two and a heron. And still no signs of fish movement. I've missed that, haven't I? No? Can't be some weed on it. Twix has ruined me. Jeez. Another bite where it dropped back like that. A bit to the right. Let's get back out there. Specifically, always want to use QM1 hooks on a method feeder. And I tied a bunch up yesterday, and now I've missed 2 bites. The curse of the Twix. Not yet, Neil. Just missed a bite though. It's taken an hour. I planned on going on the pole at 10 o'clock, but I might have to delay that thought a little bit now. Still no signs of fish movement though, which is unusual. I wasn't expecting it. I'd expect to see some fish topping somewhere. Just going to keep pinging maggots on that edge line. I'm not putting them tight into the edge, I'm trying to draw fish out. I think it's undercut and they're hiding under that growth, so I'm trying to just draw them out. Although I'm fishing sensible gear again, 019 to 017, size 14 SLWG. Okay. Missing another bite. This is unusual. Oh, well, I believe it's a bite anyway. I don't think that's a liner. It was unusual that I didn't connect with any of those. Just trying to think, what's the time now? I am concentrating, but I am still going to munch the chocolate. Pool match has just started on gold, but they're fishing 10 till 3. Yeah. It could just be I'm a bit too early. Could be that I'm just too early in the day. If that's you, Mum, then yeah, it is a bit cold. Can you make me a cup of tea? So I need to change those, one of those Nightbot messages to say please hit like on the stream, and it helps with visibility. I think there's a like button. Yeah, I'm just going to run this a little bit longer as well. This cast, I've had 3. They're either bites or liners. So there's fish between me and where I'm fishing, and I've cast how many times in the hour? 12 times. Bit 4 and a couple of longer casts. So let's say I've had 12 casts. So I've got 12 little piles of bait in that area. I'm going to leave it a little bit longer. Maybe there's some fish moved in and they're just finding a little pile of pellets. So that's a If you can't see what's going on with those, the tip is just dropping straight back. So something is either crashing into the line to move the feeder, or they're dragging it this way. And I think it's liners, and I've never quite had it like that. It's a bit closer to the back of that cast. I don't think I've ever fished a method and struck 4 times for no fish off what I would consider bites. But I've done it now on live telly. But all the activity has started in the last 15 or so minutes, I would say. So we're going to stay on the method. I'm going to stay on this. Morning everyone that's joined. Welcome to the channel. I'm just fishing peg 118 on the Syndicate Lake at Gull Valley again. I fished it 2 days ago in a match, and there were some things I didn't get quite right, or I didn't felt I got right. So I've just returned today to do things a little bit differently, and the lake's behaving a little bit different, and the fish are behaving different. On the match a couple of days ago, I think from about 20 minutes into the match, 30 minutes into the match, I was seeing fish moving from the 3rd reed. I don't know, you won't be able to see it, but the 3rd reed, in between there and what I'll call the tree, and then in between the tree and the rope. there was fish moving. I was fishing short. So today I was going to come and fish short again, and then if there was signs of fish moving in the areas further, then I was going to fish to them. Now I've sat here for the last hour and I've not seen a fish move in those areas at all. Now it's an hour before, so the match would have started at 10 the other day, and I started fishing at 9. So that's one difference. There's no pressure on the lake from the other side, so that's another difference. And there's been a grebe working the area between the tree and the rope and into peg 119. So there's some differences that have been happening. It's not exactly the same. So I don't know how that's going to impact things. And the other thing that I wanted to correct was the fact that I was fishing to my left hand edge the other day, and I was feeding whilst I had the rig in the water. I think that caused some foul lookers. I had a conversation with Coach Mark afterwards, and that was the consensus. So I want to be a little bit more disciplined in feeding and then putting the rig over on that left hand margin, which should reduce the foul lookers, and in theory it'll mean I catch more fish. I'm just going to keep priming that margin line. And because every day is different, I'm probably going to go down there and hook some carp. The other thing that I wanted to also work on was when I hook a fish long on the method, instead of playing it in my usual fashion, I'm going to hold the rod higher so the fish fights directly against the rod and not put the rod at an angle, which is the way that I'd always generally play a fish. And hopefully that should try and cut down the fish's desire to swim into the bank. It's going to swim away from the rod, I hope. If it just swims straight into the bank, then I'll try something different, but I want to have a practice at those things. But currently I'm not hooking any fish to try it on. As I just mentioned, I've started an hour earlier than the match started the other day. Which may have an impact. And the fact there's not a lake full of people may also have an impact, but we'll see. It's early doors, early doors. Thanks for joining. Hope you all had a wonderful New Year's, whatever you did. So we got a heron in the tree, 2 cormorants in the tree, and there's a seagull trying to attack them, all of them. Those black-headed gulls are crazy. They're the ones that will dive bomb the lake when you fish in the summer in a pellet waggler. They just don't care. Right, 10 past. Okay, so fish has just topped 3-4 meters past my margin line on this left hand bank. I didn't see whether it was a carp or a bream, but it's just something of significance has broken the water, and it's the first fish I've seen that's broken the water. think this heron and these cormorants are just watching the show, to be honest. I think they're enjoying the enjoying watching someone fishing. Don't know when they're going to actually fish themselves. They seem to be not bothered. Maybe they know it's too early as well. So what's everyone's fishing goals for 2024? I'm going to try and catch a barbel out my stretch of the Thames. That's going to be one of my goals. I'm also going to try and get a 10-pound bream out of Orchid Lakes. That's definitely on the list. We had some big bream last year, but they weren't quite, but they were definitely in the 7s and 8s. But I think if we fished it a little bit more, we might get some bigger bream. I might stick a 10-pound tench on that target list as well, out of the same lake. And then I would like to get on the Thames Festival. I fished that 3-day event. And I need to finish in the top third at Tunnel Barn Farm in the Pole Fishing Masters this year. Top third, I'll be happy with that. There's a position. Oh, okay. Small little indication on the tip again. What's your goals? If anyone's got any, what fish do you want to catch, or what matches do you want to win? Okay, that's 4 bites. The same. They're all doing exactly the same, which is pulling it forward and then dropping it back. And I've missed that one as well. There's nothing wrong with my hook length. So what is going on there? What is going on there, Graham? These liners, where are the liners coming from? My margin line? It's too far away. It's not forward, it's backwards, so they're moving the feeder. What is occurring? Oh, seen a fish. 1922, 122. 122, just saw a fish crash. Definitely a little bit colder today. What's that time? So no fishing goals. No one's got any fishing goals for the year. So we're going to give it 10 more minutes. And then I'm going to have a look on that pole line. Another fish just moved on my 30-metre line, on my pole line. Slightly to the right, it's in line between me and the third clump of grass. Whereas I'm feeding between me and the first clump of grass, just off the edge of the bushes. But there's definitely fish moving in that line. So we'll give this another 10 minutes and no, not buying it. Not buying it. We'll give this 10 more minutes and then we'll have a look on the pole. And I'm going to move the camera. I've got a shoulder camera mount on, and maybe that's going to give a better view. We should do. Yeah, I'm not. The reason I'm saying that is because where's my feeder? Typical. We get a bite now. Watch. Come on, fish, I should have had a bite then. This is my opinion on short and longer hook lengths, on a method. Wait till that comes into shot. So I've got my bait, and my bait is sitting on top of the feeder here. So the 4-inch hook length is only that if they knock it around, it can only go that far away. And a 3-inch would say it can only go that far away. But it only gets over here if there's been some kind of significant disturbance. So whether it's 3 inches looped back on there or 4 inches looped back on there, I don't think it makes any difference. And if there was a significant disturbance that meant that my hook bait has gone from here all the way here, then I'm pretty sure that I would have seen it, and I would have either struck or recast anyway, because I don't leave it. So whether it's a 3 or a 4, I don't think it makes a difference, personally. If you talk about a 3-inch or a 4-inch hook length when I'm fishing for F1s, then I absolutely think it makes a difference, because that helps where the bulk, I'll position the bulk. And when I'm fishing up against an island, you know, the common consensus now is that a 3-inch is better than a 4-inch for the rig resetting and putting that bait back in the same place after it gets disturbed. But I don't think there's any difference on a method feeder between 3 inches and 4 inches. If anything, I would say a 3-inch is a little bit more restrictive. If it's there, it can come up that far, whereas a 4-inch can come up to there before the fish has felt the resistance of the feeder. So I would favour a 4 over a 3. Well, I just fished the Thames Festival and fished the feeder, Neil. It was a 96 pound. I think the first or second day, John Arthur had 40 odd pounds the first day. Load of bream. Right, how long we got? 5 minutes. Staying in for 5 more minutes. £8 chub will be lovely, by the way. I must admit, I was scrolling through Facebook the other day and it pops up how to make cheese paste. I thought, maybe I need to make some. Okay, fish moved. So from where I'm fishing to the right, a peg 122, fish moving. And maybe we're just starting the day a little bit too early. It could be that light's affecting them a lot more than I think. It could be a light thing. But we're going to give it 5 more minutes and then we're going to go out on the pole. And then if we don't see any signs of fish, when I go back on the feeder, then I'm going to go on the long line. Probably what'll happen is a load of fish will turn up on the line I've been fishing. I'll just get a load of liners. But certainly the first fish of 2024 is being quite elusive currently. Interestingly, when I was told that Jeb caught most of his fish on the pole yesterday, and maybe they'd moved away from the bank, I don't know. Don't know. One more minute. What do you reckon the chances that I go on the pole, I hook a fish and it just drags me straight under the undergrowth and snaps me up first chuck? What do you reckon the chances are of that? Right. Well, that's that moved off. Right. Feed it first. Oh, I've got to move the camera, haven't I? Brushing. Right. I might lose the stream because the power lead might fall out. Hopefully not. Oh, that's a bit stiff, isn't it? Right, let's see what that looks like. Do it again. hopefully okay, well, there's the fish. Let's have a little look. First fish of 2024 is an F1. Perfectly done, no messing about, in it goes. There's the fish. Get the leaf. Beautiful chunky F1 that is. So was that camera better? I can't see, you're going to have to tell me. You can type in chat if you're able to see when I ship the pole out. It should be better. I'm not sure what you mean. There's no reason you can't fish the pole feeder at 16.5 meters. You know, 16 meters plus the butt section. If that's what you're asking, there's no restriction on it, as it were. Right. Same again. Feed it twice. The pole out, move it down, drop the rig. It seems to be round a little bit more. I'll try and adjust this in a second. It's like a little stocky carp, I think. Yeah, it is a little stocky mirror. What a beautiful looking fish. Look at that. Right. So what do I want? I want it more that way. Definitely in that bank, 13 metres. Well, I'm not fishing into the bank, I'm fishing away, I'm fishing off of a branch. Look at that. I think it was the summer. Three fish, 3 chucks. Can't lift you. Can't lift that F1. Same again, feed before we ship out. Once, twice. So I missed 4 bites in a row on the feeder. I've had 3 fish in 3 puts on the pole. Four fish in 4 puts on the pole. So right now, if I drew this peg in a match, I'll just be thinking, I'm just chucking that feeder wherever, because I'm just priming my inside my pole line. And I've probably had they're probably not shy off £2.5, £3 each. And just solid. Let's just keep going. Does the picture look alright though when I ship out? Someone let me know. Two pouches of bait. Oh, missed a bite, missed a bite. It's rushing. Missed the bite now. And 5 for 5 chucks though. It's like, what'd you do today, Graham? Oh, I went to peg 118 on Syndicate Lake. Oh, did you catch another carp? Nah, bagged up on F1s. What? Look at 'em. That's a £4 F1, if ever I've seen one. Fish is good, is it? Perfect. Thanks, Dennis. Still don't see any sign of any carp up the end of the peg though. Still no sign, but let's keep going. 5 fish in 5 casts. That was at least £4. So let's say that's 5, 4, 3, 6, 9, 12. So that's £15 in 5 casts. And I don't know how long that's been. I'll have a quick look at the clock. What did we do? Came on it at past, did I? So 15 minutes for £15. Oh, didn't feed. Bring that back. I'll not overfeed it. So £15 in 15 minutes. You'd settle for that if it was a match, wouldn't you? Again, straight away. 6 put-ins for 6 fish. If I say that's only 3, I'm underdoing it, I think. £19. See what we can have in an hour. I get tired out. What's that, 6 for 6? 6 casts, 6 fish, £19. 7 for 7. You've been much more sensible with the pole as well, breaking it down at 3 and then breaking it down again. There's another £4 fish. Maybe 3. We'll call this one 3. Not really sure, so we'll alternate them. Right. Maybe that was a 3. So 7 for 7 for £22. In 20 minutes. How long is it going to last for? That's the question. So 7 bites, 7 put in, 7 fish, £22 in 20 minutes. And I've primed it for an hour, something like that. Still not far enough round, I don't think, that camera. Oh, no, that's not better. Missed that bite. Okay, definitely longer to get my bite. I've missed a bite, and I ignored a bite a little bit to pick up the phone to look at the picture. That might be foul. Oh no, 8 for 8. Shoulder strap. Another 3, 25. Don't try and break the hook down, fish, please. What are you doing? What are you doing? Maybe that's a bit light. Let's call that 2, so it's got £24. So it's 8 put-ins, 8 fish for £24. Trying to get this shoulder strap around a little bit more to the left. I can't see what you can see at all. I can't see in the camera. Okay, let's go out again. Definitely taking longer, isn't it? There was a bite. Slowing down there. Yeah, definitely waiting longer for a bite. Well, I had a bite. It's but now I've got to wait for another one. Just gonna give it another minute or so. Otherwise I'm gonna have to refeed. So what I think's happening is when you feed, they come out from the bush. And then once they've eaten everything, they go back in. under the bush. So because I've not had a bite, I'm going to ship that back to there. Just put that there, refeed it and go back out. You alright, Canyon? So that was 8 fish for 8 put-ins for £24. Fish is just, oh no, it's a grebe I think. In between the second and third set of reeds. So it was 8 for 8 for 24. I'm slow hooking that fish. And I might have foul hooked it. But that's number 9. Yeah, I foul hooked this one. I had the bite and then thought that was going to happen. So it's got messy. It's good for 8. And then number 9 is messy. Refeed it. So number 9 came off because I foul hooked it. Messy bite that was. It dinked a little bit, then popped up, and then could have been a fish just bashing into the bulk. That was a better bite, but I just watched it. I think that's proper. No, foul hooks maybe. Foul hook number 10. See, if I was fishing somewhere else, let's try that again. What I need to do is I need to come off this and rest it. It's good, but this is messy now. Foul at that fish, missed that bite. The first 8 bites were clean. I think if there's enough fish coming out, and what I need to do is now just come off it, rest it for half an hour, have 3 chucks on the method, and then come back on. So I'm just gonna have one more feed and then I'm gonna rest it. See if I can get 10 fish out of it. And I didn't catch number 9, but we'll not worry about that. So the liner, float and rig got dragged in a little bit towards the bush. Just going to move it to get their attention. No. Oh, tiny little indication. Went down 2-3 mil on the float, not much. If I had the float I'd do a pin, but I don't want the float died to a pinball because I want to not be striking at foul hookers, but maybe I need to dot the float down. And that would have made me strike. You can just see how it's struggling I'm struggling to hook a fish. Get a clean bite. It's on. So, no, it's come off. Right. Quickly refeed. I don't have another line, otherwise they'll come straight off it and rest it, you know. I'd have been somewhere else by now. You know, it's good for 10 fish in 30 minutes for £30. Except number 9's come off, number 10's come off. Slow hitting that. There's not a clean. There's a danger that their liners kind of determined to get a 10th fish now. Although it did come off. Oh, okay. Alright, we're going to call that a day. I'm asking for trouble now. So we'll come off this. That's the right thing to do. Rest it. And then we'll come and have another look. That was pretty good, like that. It was a nice little run of fish. So I'm going to feed it. I'm just going to nip to the loo. And then I'll chuck the feeder out. I'm going to go on the long line. Just disconnect this. Put that there for a second. Right, then be a minute, y'all. Right, so with no signs of fish on the short line, we'll go out on the long one. Then we'll do 10-minute casts and rest that pole line. For a good half an hour. And go and see if we can get some more fish out of it. Right. Big chop, Graham. Bit short. It'll do. It's a bit short of the clip, but it'll still do. It's past the tree. It's in the tree to the rope section, as I would call it. I'll give it 10-minute casts. Get back to feeding that pole line. draw more fish out and get their confidence up. I think that was a good illustration how a line can start really good and start to peter out, and then, you know, just get troubles with it, and the best thing is to just come off it. I had 8 fish for 8 casts, clean bites for about 24 pound of fish, and then the 9th fish has come off, the 10th fish has come off. The bites have become less positive, and there's more chance of foul looking fish. And that's when you just got to say it's more productive, or I can recatch faster if I just come off. And hopefully what I'm going to show now is I'm going to leave it for 30 minutes and I keep feeding it and then go back on it and get some decent bites again. That's the plan anyway. If I was recording this, I'd edit that out if it didn't happen. But I'm confident there's fish. They're underneath that bank and they're like nearer to me and further away from me. You draw a bunch of fish out and they're very happy feeding. You pluck them away, you know, you pick them off, and then those fish are gone and you've got to get a new set of fish, much as you would if you were fishing somewhere like Tunnel Barn Farm. You know, I'd have another line to the right now and I'd go and fish that, you know, and keep feeding the one on the left and then, you know, alternate. But here the other rig is the 2 long method lines, but there's some questions over whether they're going to perform today. But if I hadn't foul hooked those 2 fish, it would have been 10 fish in 30 minutes for £30. a bit more water on those pallets, I think. So we'll keep feeding that line. Every time we feed it, just 5-6 maggots twice. I'm spreading the maggots out a little bit. I'm not too fussed about them spreading out. I think that helps to draw fish from more areas underneath. I don't feel the need to pot the maggots in. And I don't really want to either. It's the noise, I think, that helps. I could pot them from a height, but I can't feed it then while I'm fishing on the method. We'll give this method 10-minute casts, and then we'll get back into it. Maybe 118 is going to be my new favourite peg for catching F1s. I'll end up with a line at 13 metres and one at 16 metres. Or 13 metres there, and then 13 metres out towards the silver birch on peg 19, 20, 21. In between peg 121 and 122, you could easily set up another line. You need another rig, it's deeper water there. Maybe I'll come back again and just fish peg 118 again and fish 2 lines, one in the bank and one away from it. Just fish it on the pole. Fish a line up the bank 13 metres, out in front to the right 13 metres, and a line down the edge to my right. It'd be a crazy situation or setup, but this method's long. It's not doing me any favours today. Just got 1 more minute. What's happened there? It's a little bit longer than I really want it, actually. Just to the right of that buoy. I'm just going to try and remember where these casts go. Keep feeding that margin line every 5 minutes. Or the line up the bank, I don't know, up the bank, let's call it up the bank. Still not seeing fish moving, carp that is. If they ever fish, I'm going to just take a couple of meters off that clip. I want it between the a little bit near the rope. Hello Mark, Happy New Year. Funny, yeah, well, oh, right. Play it with the rod in the, oh, it's come off. Oh. Right, where do I start? I fished the first hour and a half to the method, same place as the other day, no indications, few liners. Then I've gone on the left hand side up the bank. I've had 8 fish in 8 chucks and then lost the last 2, so I've come off that, or foul hooked them. So I've got a bunch of F1s down the left hand side, and I've just gone long on the method and I've had a bite second cast. And I said I'd take some off it, but that's the second time I've not really hit the clip properly. It's hit it just at the last minute, so it's in the right sort of place. So it's a, yeah, funny old day. But I went down on the pole and I had 8 fish in 8 chucks, very clean, 24-pounder fish in about 25 minutes. Very nice run. Now I'm just resting it because it started to get a bit, the bites weren't so good and foul hooked a couple. So the right thing is to come off it, rest it, keep feeding it, let the fish build the confidence up. But I missed that bite. Right, so yeah, it's a good start to the year, Mark. Good start to the year. Jeb fished in this peg yesterday, he had 40 odd pound. He caught most of it on the pole, I'm told, but not 30 metres to the bank, 30 metres in front in deeper water. It's actually making me think if I drew it in a match, I'll set 2 pole lines up. And maybe just fish maggot to the bank and then fish ground bait and maggot to the right. Which then starts to get a bit more usual, then it's 4 lines to rotate. But yeah, it was looking a bit sketchy for the first hour and a half. Not seeing fish moving like I did the other day though. There's an indication on that tip, looked like a liner. But after I've had that bite and now a liner, I'm very confident that's going to go. Come on tip, round you go. Let's have a New Year carp. Oh, I've already had a carp. I had a little mirror carp in the edge. Just wondering what to do with the 2 matches, the practice session and today's session's footage, in terms of making a single video. I'm not sure if I should make a single video, whether I should do 4, 5-minute style videos. I'm not too sure. They're not really related to the practice session now. No, is that a bite? Is that a bite? Right, it's come off again. Okay, what's that all about? It's taking my pellet. That's unusual. Alright, so they're long then. No doubt about that. Don't know why I've pulled out of those 2 fish though. Take a couple of metres off of that, I'm not hitting that clip. Where's that one? To the right again, I think it's okay. I'm hitting the clip just as it's landing, I'm not giving it enough oomph. Not used to fishing it that far. Right. Okay. But it's 2 fish, anyway, 2 bites, 36. Now it's in a fish top. Yeah, I wonder if it was just fishing a bit early today in terms of the carp, or maybe in the wrong place. Maybe they're just not so active. Fish topped nearish where I'm fishing now. So I came off that pole line at about 15, wasn't it? 20 past? I wanted to leave it half an hour. and then go back on it, just to see if half an hour is enough time for the fish to regroup, resettle. Should be. It should be like that. I'll give this cast and I'm going to give this I want to get this cast in and another cast in, or a fish inside for 30 minutes, which ends at 10:02. So I might just leave this cast out till 10:02 then. Not sure. I only want to give that 30 minutes, that pole line, just to prove to myself or not, is 30 minutes long enough for it to resettle. Resettle, settle back down, something like that. All of it. If you mean where's the next angler, I don't know, I can't see because of the trees. But I can't see any lines going in. There was a couple of anglers on pegs, you know, 106, 107. There was 3 cars there this morning when I was there, but I was first in the door. I don't know now, there's a couple of anglers turned up, the fishing bungalow behind me, so there could absolutely be some people to the right, but I've not heard anything go in. And then on the far bank, there's nobody. So it could just be 4 of us on the whole lake. I don't know. Oh, normally in a match, it's either peg 1, miss 1, or peg 1, miss 2. You know, if it gets very busy, it will be peg 2, miss 1. But I wouldn't ever expect that at this time of the year. The ideal is I think the ideal is a peg 1, miss 1. To give you a spare peg left and right, which is enough room for fish to come in the edge and stuff. And I think it keeps it tight enough to not give any angler too much of an advantage. But you know, I would also say that there's more fish down this left-hand side of the lake than there is on the right-hand side in the winter, so you know, it's fair to give someone a little bit of extra room in the winter on the right-hand side. But the venue knows what it's doing, you know what I mean? They peg it, they see the results, they know who's fished. They know who good the anglers are, or how good the anglers are. You know, their goal is to make a fair as possible competition on their venue, do you know what I mean? Giving everyone a chance to catch a few fish. So it's moving, that tip. Could be liners from that bait I've just put in. There's another little indication. I'm going to recast it now, I think, and then I'm going to leave it until 10:2. I mean, I've rested that pole line for 30 minutes, give or take a minute, which is plenty long enough, I think, and I'm going to find out if it's not. So yeah, I've only seen fish movement. Oh, fish bellying right out of the water. I've only seen fish movement out there since about 10:30. 10:30 it started. I started fishing at 9:10, and the match on the Gold Lake started at 10 o'clock. And it was only about 10:30 did I see the signs of movement out by that rope, or out towards that, along that line in that area. Short that bait. So this is going to stay until 10:2, 5 or so minutes, and I'm going to go back out on that pole line, see if those fish have regrouped. I was saying earlier that sometimes it's better that you have more anglers on the lake, so the fish can't, you know, back off to a quiet space. Which is also why I like peg one, miss one round the lake. Probably colder today, my toes are like ice. 2 minutes. Not feed again. Feed again when I'm shipping the pole out, I think. So we'll go on the pole again, and then when we go back out on the method, we'll go long again, I think. Oh, there we go. How have I missed that? How have I missed that? So 4 dropbacks on the short line, and I've missed 3 bites on the long line. Strange goings on. Right. Let's not worry about it. Let's get back out on the pole. 3 maggots. Size 14. SMWG hook from Guru. I'll be catching carp up to £20 on these hooks. They're absolutely brilliant. I'm fishing 019 to 017 hook length. I've got 1 number 10 dropper and a dirty bulk of 5 number 8. And that's my pole rig. And what I want to do is just get that. And I'm going to move this camera again onto this chest mount. So apologies if the stream drops. A bit tight in there, isn't it? Hopefully you'll be able to see that a little bit better. I'll ship the pole out. So I feed twice. Double 6 maggots just in the area where I want to fish. I'm trying to be a bit more accurate this time. Drop it over their heads. And hopefully get a bite straight away. Okay, let's wait to there's the bite. Okay. So 1 for 1. It's a nice decent clean bite. Try and be really accurate with those maggots about where I'm going to fish. Rig's just got pushed then. It's just settled a little bit funny to the right. Missed a bite. Little indication then. Might have been a liner. Hopefully that different position on the camera is just enough for you to see it. I'm going to have to look now. Don't want to bite. Oh right, okay, not quite. Let's tilt the camera back a bit. It should be better. Okay. Maybe half an hour's not long enough. Well, I've just seen a fish top in the peg. There's my bite. That's definitely trying to get under that bush. No mercy. Black hydro working really, really well. To persuade them to go a different way. And just chip the section of my pole. What of that? There's another fish. Slightly smaller. It's a lovely crack enough one to be catching on New Year's Day. I think that's 2 for 2. I've not had to refeed. Again, need to try and be really accurate with that feeding. Well, that's not really accurate, by the way. That's all over the place. It's better. So the rig set's just been on the bottom. When I've plumbed it up, it's plumbed up just to the bottom of the body of the float. So when it sits down, it should be about 1 inch on the bottom. Maybe a little bit less. These bites aren't as quick, that's for sure. So I don't think I've given it long enough. So in the match, what I did a couple of days ago was I fed ground bait at this point. Made a comment that I didn't think that they wanted the ground bait. And then when I rested it, when I went back on it, then I caught a carp. And I wonder what to do today, whether I should just come off it again. Keep feeding it just maggots. I'm going to refeed that now. Go back over it again. That's more accurate with the bait out the catapult. I think that's helped with that bite for sure. So again, need to be as accurate as I can be. Catapulting in these maggots, I think. That's good. B minus. Right. Definitely feels like there's not as many fish there though. The bites are not as quick. But there's fish there. So we'll have another couple and then we'll come off it. The first time round I got a bite, now I'll be shipping back. Maybe a couple with one more fish. See if I can get one's attention. Just lift it and drop it. Yep, that's the answer. Makes me want to go back out for another one now. So that was what, 3, this is now 4 on top of the 8, so it's 12 fish. And I would guess they're £3, if not close to £3 on average. I've had a couple of bigger ones. So I've caught my weight that I caught in the match off 2 sessions down the edge. Well, not down the edge, down the bank on the left hand side. With these fish that have been stocked, I really think I've not taken into enough consideration just how many F1s have gone in here and just how big they are over the last 5-6 years or something like that. They've been going in here, maybe a bit longer than that now. So we'll go for another one. Let's try and be good. It's a decent spread, but now tighten it up. It's looking nice. Giving me confidence that when I go out, the fish are going to be concentrated on the spot where I'm going to drop the bait. Get me a quick bite. I am waiting though. If you were to put the 2 times I've come in on this bank side by side next to each other, the amount of time it takes is longer. But there's still more fish there, and I think I'm gonna stay on it a little bit longer. Resting it was absolutely the right thing to do. Fish is fouled up though, but they all count. Get out there again. Someone just let me know in the chat if the camera's alright. I'd hate to be catching all these fish and you not to be able to see them. Right, same again. Trying to be really accurate. It's not accurate at all. Right. That's okay. There's a ghosty there. I can see it swimming into where I've just put that bait. Little ghosty carp. I can still see it. I might be able to dob it actually. I think it's a ghosty carp and not an F1. Let's see. No, it's just not in the right place. I can't tell its front from its back, so I'll just put my rig in instead. Right. Oh, is that my bite? That's my bite. Oh, okay, out that comes. We're just about to pick the camera up and check that you can see it. It's not quite far enough round, is it? Right, we'll have one more fish and I'll see if I can move it. Let's just come off now. Right, I want it round there. I think. Right, let's refeed. Tighten that up. I need to find if there's a GoPro attachment that you can just twist left and right. I'll have to see. I'm sure somebody makes one. Then when I'm fishing on the pole, I could just keep it on the chest one and just turn the camera to the left. Just lift it and drop in, see if I can get some fish's attention. Okay, it's taking longer than I want to get the bite. The first time we had 8 fish, foul hook 2. Now I think we've had 4 fish, foul hooked 1, but got that one in, and the peg's dried up. So it seems anyway. So I will refeed again and then try and catch one more and then get off it. I wonder if it'd be better if I was cad potting some of these in, I'm not sure. I don't think so, because I don't think the cad pot, because I believe the fish are under the bank, I don't think cad potting's going to draw enough attention to it. I don't think so anyway. Not make enough noise. I don't really want to try and... I could come closer and then go to the left towards the bank, but I don't really fancy that. You know, more than half of these F1s have still got plenty of life in them, even though it's the winter and they'll be under the bank in a shot. It's a bit of bite there, so we'll stick out for another fish. And then I'm going to go back on the method and I'm going to go long again. Let's try a smaller lift and drop that time. Now this is too long. If it was a match I'd have come off. This is too long for that bite. I've hooked it, but I think it's a small fish. Okay, I don't know. It's an angry fish. Oh, certainly worth catching. That bait was taking a long time. But that's probably one of the bigger F1s I've caught. So we'll come off that now. I think maybe that's another 5 fish I've had of that line. The bigger feeder. No, another one. Yeah, go on then. Leave it there for 10 minutes. I need a stronger tip in the rod. I don't have any others with me. Right. Clunk. Right, let's get back. Shorten down and get that camera moved. Right. What's the time? 12:30. So we've been fishing for 3.5 hours, and I've had another 5, another 15, 24, £39. It's all F1s by one carp. I've lost 2 F1s, and I've pulled out of 2 carp long, which is a bit weird. So I'm going to give this 5 minutes, I think, then we'll recast it, because I wasn't massively delighted with the cast. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to up the feed on that margin line. I'm going to start feeding it every couple of minutes. And feed it a bit heavier. So a bit quicker, a few more maggots. And see if that makes a difference. And we'll rest it for 30 minutes again. So we'll get back onto it at 1 o'clock. It will take a couple of minutes. We'll see if it makes a difference. I'm looking to see, do I attract a carp? Oh, I could have put the ground bait in actually. Tell you what, let's do that. Let's ignore that cast because I didn't like it anyway. And I'm going to put a ball of ground bait in. ball of ground bait, a bunch of maggots in it. This is a bit precarious. Bit oversized, that ball of ground bait, really. So what I want to see is, if I attract a carp into the peg because I put the ground bait in. And I'll put that solid one in, and then I'm going to put some loose in. Smells gorgeous. And some more maggots. So loads of bait basically. I've got a feeling if I just loose feed maggots for 30 minutes, I'll attract another few fish to the peg. Just the same as last time. Make a bit of noise with it. Let's just see if that makes a difference. Right, put it with that ground bait with them micros as well. I think the 36 gram feed is helping. I think the tip's not strong enough for it. I'd get just as far casting the 24 gram. Right, 30 minutes I'm going to leave that. So 1 o'clock. We'll go back on the pole at 1. Yeah, I think when I'm casting that 36 gram feeder, the way that the rod compresses, it's not retaining enough of that energy to cast that feeder. It'll be better actually reclipping the 24 gram over there. So we've had two sessions on this peg in the last couple of days. Then I've spent a good hour today on just off that third pile of rushes, and the other day, and I've not caught. So I don't think that third set of rushes is a place to start in this peg currently. It's either got to be closer or further. And based on the 2 bites that I had earlier, it's got to be further. There's no point in starting there. See, this grebe's just popped up. I've got a family of grebes working the peg. Look at that, you see the bubbles come shooting along. Come shooting along here. It's over there now. It's going to pop up over here somewhere, that grebe. Somewhere. It definitely went that way. There's another one over there. The mum's there. And then the 2 kids are working along that bramble line and along my edge to my right. So that's what we'll do. We'll when I bring this one in, I'll put it to one side. I'll cast just to free up the clip of the 24 gram, and then I'll cast that to where I want to cast it, which I think I'll do much better with. It was alright when I did it earlier. Maybe it's the added weight of the pellets, I don't know. No, it can't be. Maybe I'm just bad at casting. Maybe it's that. Right, where are we up to? 3 minutes in. I'm still going to feed that up the bank line every 5 minutes. But I'll put in a good ball of ground bait. A good ball, doesn't fit in your pot. Good ball of ground bait. Good pinch of maggots underneath it. And then I've put 3/4 of a cup worth of loose ground bait on top of it, with another good pinch of maggots. I'm not looking for F1s out of that kind of feeding process. I'm looking to attract a carp. F1s don't want big loads of bait. Right. I'm still feeding a bit heavier on the maggots when I feed it as well. Let's see if we can induce a carp out of that peg or line. Can't move there between my 13-metre line and the rushes, halfway between them, but further out, not into the bank. It's only the odd fish moving now anyway. Oh, that's a fish. Right. Now I'm standing up and I'm just playing it directly. It's thumping against the rod, but it's not gone into the bank. It's actually now going towards the middle of the lake. Now I'm going to play it down to the side because it's out over there. Okay, well, 1 for 1 out of the peg, no problems. That is a giant F1. That is not a carp. The size of that fish. Gosh. Well, I say it's a giant F1. I know they get much bigger than this, but look at the size of that thing. See if I can hold it up, even if it's for that other camera. Give them a wafter back. I'll tell you what, the fish can have that. Right. Come here. Well, actually, you know, I'll do like that. Look at that. A cracking huge F1. Nice. Okay. Well, not a carp, so it doesn't really count in terms of the drag it out method, but it's done anyway. In terms of managed to get up, did it, stood up. I felt the right thing to do. Still just crashes into the clip. Let's take a little bit more off. So it's past the tree, I think. Is it past the tree? Yeah, it's past the tree. In terms of where I keep talking about. I will go round there and I will take some, just a little bit of camera footage of where I'm talking about. But we've had a fish long, so that's good. Happy with that. And then what, we've got 20 minutes before I want to go back on that, line up the bank. Coming up to just before 1. So nearly 4 hours. And 8. How many fish have I had? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 out. Foul hook 2. That came off. Missed 3 bites long. Missed 3 bites short. So we've had a few fish. Don't know why Duck thinks that's funny. So we've had a few fish today, mostly again on the left hand side up the bank. But I've only started fishing, I haven't done a lot of fishing long, and there's definitely fish there. Instant response on the feeder. I can see fish top in there now as well. And that's a bite coming. And I think I've been a bit quick with that, or maybe it's a liner. Fish just jumping out the other side of the rope. I'm just feeding the peg up the bank now to see if I can get a carp out of it. Let's put a little bit of ground bait with it. Okay, that's to the right. Just to the right of the rope by about 1 metre, but it'll do, I think. Not right of the rope. It's right of the little buoy that's in line with 119. Words are escaping me today. But yeah, I could definitely see fish starting to move up there now. Look, lumping around again. Keep feeding that, so I'm feeding that twice as heavy now. So before I was putting in 4 to 7 maggots twice. I'm putting in twice that amount now on that left hand line to see if we can encourage a carp or some carp to decide they're going to start feeding over there. I just want to see if we can have that sort of impact on the peg. Oh, that's a bite. That was a nice pull. Spat it though. Now that means it's way away from the feeder. If you watch those guru videos about what happens when you get those sort of pulls and then it comes back, the bait's nowhere near the feeder now. Where all those pellets, it's all been moved. So I'm going to still leave it a little bit, but I'm not going to leave it a massive amount of time. We'll give it a couple of minutes, no more. Then I'm going to recast it. In fact, maybe a couple of minutes is too long. What happened there? I might have accidentally put my finger in front of the line. Really happy with the cast as well. And that's even better now. I'm just out of practice. That's all it is. Out of practice casting heavier feeders, longer distances. Just nicely just to the left of 119, between the tree and the rope. And if I ever fish off this, then I'll make sure I put a little picture, a little Google Maps picture of just where I've cast it. But if there's any place that I could put it where I think it's going to go round, it's where I've just put it. So what's the time? The time is 12:48. Let's see if it goes round. I'm happy to leave it there for 12 minutes. This is this point of the day, I guess, in the video that says, if you're watching this either now or later on and you're not subscribed to the channel but you're enjoying what you're watching, and if you could hit the subscribe button, I'd really appreciate it. It helps with the channel visibility. It's a free way to support the channel growth, and you know, I really appreciate that stuff. Thank you. And if you are subscribed, if you can just hit the like button, that also helps with the visibility and interaction with the channel and the stream, so that would all be great. The channel's growing nicely. I'm really enjoying the growth, and it's great to see so many people getting some enjoyment of watching some live fishing. And sticking with it through the not so busy periods as well. The first hour and a half of the day today, it was looking pretty bleak, but I was consistent with the preparation of this line up the edge, up the bank here, and I was confident that we'd catch, and I'm pleased that we have. Confident that I would catch. No, mate, I'm not. I'm on no, not fishing Rushmore. When's that? Next weekend, Dan? In fact, when does Rushmore start? Does Rushmore start next week? Is it starting then? I can't commit to every week, that's the thing. Not since the kids were really tiny. Now they're grown up, they want to do stuff. So I was really happy with that cast. That was bang on where I thought I'd get a bite, and that's been 5 minutes without a bite. I'm going to stick with it. Right, I said I was going to stick with it, but that makes no sense. Oh, look at that, I've got snagged up. Oh no, it's come off. Okay. That was this side of that tree. That just got caught up. You had a good day down at Royal Berkshire yesterday. Was it yesterday? Something like that, and I saw on their Silvers match on Lake 1. That's not. That's an atrocious cast. I'll probably get a bite off that. Right, so we're going to stay on this for how much longer? 5 more minutes. And then we're going back on the pole. Up this left-hand side. And see if that ground bait and the heavier feeding has made a difference. It's either going to have killed it, or it's going to have attracted a carp or two. Yeah, I saw that. Happy New Year, mate. It's a nice lake, that Lake 1. I've fished it on the pellet waggler on the back side of it, chucking to the island with a clip on. Had a great day's fishing. A few years ago now, but still when Bradley had it. Yeah. Right, a couple more minutes. Then I'm going to go down this left-hand edge and see what's about. And I might have another couple of chucks long, I'm not sure. I want to make sure I leave enough time to just take a wander up the side of the lake here and just take a little bit of video footage if I can of where I'm talking about, of where I've been casting and where I think the fish are hiding. Right, take the camera off, I'm just giving it to the loo again. Wind this in. Oh, I'm winding it back up again now because I just had a movement on the tip. Hold on a minute. Yep, definitely something's there. So the liner. Get a couple more minutes now. Yeah, I don't know what the reception's like. I was going to get out and do one over the Christmas period, but I took 2 extra days off, and that's my trips to Royal Berkshire and Tunnel, and then the weather made me want to come here. But yeah, I do need to go back. Okay, I said I was trying to attack a carp. I can see a carp in that edge peg because the water's so clear. There's definitely a carp swimming around. It's just moving off now to this right hand side. It's coming out the peg. Right, as the fish has had enough time to grab that bait, it's not done it. So we'll take this off. Quick trip to the loo, remount the camera, get on the pole. Happy days. Hopefully nothing breaks. Let's get this out. Right, that'll be a minute. Right. Another go at this. It's very tight now. Malcolm's done zig rigs in the past and he's caught on them as well. I remember. Right. I should probably call this parrot camera, the way that it sort of sits on my shoulder, or nearly on my shoulder. So we're either going to catch loads down here now, or I'll have completely ruined it by chucking the ground bait in and the extra bait, but that is what I'm trying to see. Do I bring the carp in or do I kill a peg off? If I just catch the same amount of F1s, then I'll be genuinely surprised. Right, here we go. Right. Put that back in my pocket. Right, here we go. How many is tangle on a rig? Right. Let's see what's over here this time. Okay, bite, carp, definitely carp, definitely carp. Oh, beautiful. Just have a check of that hook bait. I'm sure that was a carp. See, now that's making me wonder what you should do here. So I fed it for an hour. I'll do a little summary. I fed this line for an hour and a half. No, I'll try again. I fed this line for an hour. Went over it, had 8 F1s in 8 chucks. And foul hook 2, so I had about 24 pound in 20 odd minutes, about 25 minutes maybe. I then rested it for half an hour, came back over it, had 4 or 5 more F1s, but it felt like it needed to be rested for longer, so I did instead was I put a big ball of ground bait over it, another loose, let's twist it again. I put another pot of ground bait loose over it, and half a pot of maggot, or plenty of maggot. And then I've fed it 10 maggots twice every 5 minutes for the last half an hour, with the intention of trying to attract a carp, or carp, like more than one, and not F1s. And I'm pretty sure that that first one was a carp. There's a little indication then. If it's a carp, I'm sure it'll be a proper bite. But the goal was to see if I put a lot more bait in, would I attract carp, or would I just kill it off? And I'm fairly sure that first fish was a carp. Same again, little indications on the float. That's a proper indication. And it's another big F1, I think. Oh no, pulled out of it. Not my carp. Strange though that I pulled out of that. Right, I'm not going to feed it again. I'm going to go back out. Maybe that those indications are all liners and I've got a load of F1s down there. Let's see. Another liner, I would say that was. Fish disturbing the rig. Rig's going on. No, I don't know, but you know, I think that maybe that ground bait has attracted a load of F1s, or dragged a load of F1s out from under the bush, and it's holding them there. So I'm not going to feed over it this time. I'll have some fun with this fence. Maybe in the winter peg 118 is just going to be the F1 peg. Certainly plenty of them here. Right, no feed again. There's just a bunch of fish just feeding off of that ground bait. It's not ruined the peg, that's for sure. I've had that F1 where the hook's pulled out. I've just caught that F1. It's not as quick as when I was feeding maggots, that's for sure, earlier. Little indication then, should have hit it. There's a fish up in the water bashing into the branches of the bush by the look of it. Just going to lift it and drop it. See if I can get a fish's attention. Yes is the answer. Missed the bite. Oh, a bit close to the tree. Okay, down again. Well, the first fish might have been a carp. There's certainly not a bunch of carp sitting there having lunch. So I'm not too sure if well, the ground bait hasn't done what I thought it might do, so that sort of ruled that out. Because I would have expected the second bite to be a carp and or the third bite to be a carp. And the second and third have been F1s. There's another bite then, but not a solid bite. I don't have to sort of describe that. When I caught the first 8 fish, the float went under, I struck, no messing about, you know. Clean bites. Clearly a load of fish feeding, competing for the food. See, look, it's not even fighting, look. That F1. It's like, oh, give it up already. Pulled that out of it. I think that was in the mouth. That was an interesting fish to pull out of. It's alright, pal. Yeah, no, I'll get it out though. Just watch the 2 rods, yeah? No worries. That fish was lethargic. It's like, oh, you've hooked me, I give up. So I'm going to set out, see if I can get another bite, and then I'm going to put that cad pot on again with the bigger holes. Am I going to do that, or am I just going to feed it? I think I'm just going to feed it with the catapult. Very undecided. grebe is all over my peg there. Right, let's just put some bait in. Oh, I just seen another carp. I just see the carp. There's definitely a carp there. But I can't tell which end it is. I can just see the dark shadow. Go on, go down for those 3 maggots. Tiny little indications. On that float that I think are liners. I think I'll be in trouble if I strike some of them. I don't want to foul hook fish if I can help it. That grebe really needs to sort of move away. Spook the carp, just in the carp leave, or certainly a carp leave. That grebe is under that bush. It's just gone on, it's just tapping on the inside of my line here. Of my, not my line, but off my peg. Swimming around a lot. So it sort of plays out the same. We've had a couple of fish. Maybe it's the feeding's a bit different now. I'll give it another minute and then I'll refeed. I'll go back to less bait. Grebe is dangerously close to my hook bait. Dangerously close. Maybe less is more with this feeding. I know that Andy Bennett says you should feed the littlest amount you can to get your bite off of an F1. So the ground bait doesn't seem to have made a positive impact. It's neutral to negative, I'm not too sure. I think that perhaps when I rested the rig first time for 30 minutes, it should have been for 45. The ground bait hasn't done anything, I don't think, to hold the fish or attract a carp. May have done, may not have done. It's certainly not like when you go down the edge and you put some ground bait and then you go on it and then, you know, the carp turn up and stuff. It's not like that. I'm sitting here scratching for a bite. So I'm going to try and get another F1 out of this peg here. Let's just bring it short a minute. And then I'm going to go back out long on the method and see if I can catch a carp. A few times when my bait's landed short, which is why I've just shipped the pole back half a section, seeing if I can pick up a bite from some fish that might still be there mopping up the bait. Caught me a leaf. Right, let's get this off, cap up some more bait in, go over it, catch a fish, get back out on the method. It's got to work. Well, that sounded like a bit of a crack on my number 6. Get this really strong urge to just tap the top of the pole on the water as if it's the summer. I'm catching F1s. Can't buy a bite now. Just saw a fish flash the top of the water then. That might be my carp. Okay, right. Don't make me regret that. Don't make me regret that. Come here. It's a lot of black hydro, that is. There we go. Maybe it did help get a proper carp in the peg. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it did. Maybe it did. If I can hold that fish up. There we go. The very lean carp. I can certainly see them. So maybe I'm getting that wrong. I can see the carp actually mooching about that peg. And I've just put that bait in. I'd say that there's about 4 or 5. I'm just going to put some more bait in. I was going to go straight back out on the feeder, but I'm going to go back out for another fish. I think the ground bait has worked to bring some carp in. What I'm not sure about is it worth it versus catching the F1s? And maybe they run out, maybe they dry up. But just put 4 maggots on this time. I think this is going to go, it's going to go straight away. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, not that quick then. Oh, okay. No, I think it's gonna go. Let's try that again. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, a little bit longer required. Might have been a liner, might have been a bite, not sure. Struck it. I can see a dark shadow there. At least one now, or that there was just one when I was bringing that back over. After I caught that carp just a minute ago, there was about 3 or 4 dark shadows. I think it's a group of carp that have turned up. If I don't hit the next bite, I'm going to feed. If I get a next bite. Okay, let's feed it. I don't want a lot, I don't think. He says, he puts loads of maggots in. I'm surprised they're not spooked by the pole, given how shallow it is and how clear it is. Come on, where have you gone? Maybe it wants another ball of ground bait now. Maybe the ground bait did bring them in. And they've eaten it all. And I need to top it up. Maybe that's what I need to do. Let's give it a couple more minutes. And if I don't have a carp or a fish by then I will top it up with a small ball of ground bait, a little bit of loose ground bait, some maggots, and go back over it and see what happens. Maybe there is a few carp, but there's not enough. Okay, unless I wrap my rig around my pole accidentally, in which case it might end my fishing out there anyway. Okay. Boom. Right. Just quickly put that down. Go for a little ball. See what, we'll put a few micros in and a few maggots. Oh, some loose ground bait. Right. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Right. What's all that disturbance for? Carp crashing? Is it the grebe? Don't know. Right, it's the grebe. I think maybe the grebe spooked some carp, don't know. Right. So the thought process is the ground bait has attracted some carp. I've hooked one, I've caught one, but I need to put some more in to bring them back. So I've put another small ball of ground bait in, golf ball size, a little bit of loose ground bait, some maggots, and for some reason I've chucked some 2mm pellets in. I don't really know why. See if I can drag those carp back and give them something to focus on, with my bait sitting right on the top of it. And I've just had an indication on the float, just had another one. Float's gone down like a couple of mil coming back, so it feels like a liner where they're wafting the rig around. I'm resisting the urge to strike. I do not want to foul hook them, but I think I've brought them back really quickly actually. So I think that maybe they've come out from the bush. Just going to lift and drop. Rig's untangled. This is it now. Missed the bite, the rig tangled, couldn't get it free. Went to ship it back, the rig untangled itself. Now I'm going to put it in, I'm going to look a carp. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang. Right, that didn't work, did it? There's definitely fish there. The rig is getting pushed around. It's going, you know, tiny little decreases in the float, in the top. It's dipping down, you know, like a mill. It's not a bite, it's definitely fish in and around the rig, bashing into it. And for some reason they're not honing in on my 3 maggots. Oh, apart from that bite, all the fish decided to finally swim through my line, and it was a good liner. So I think I've managed to attract some carp by putting the ground bait in, and it's at the expense of the F1s, or a few F1s. So you wouldn't really want to do it in a match. It's not worked out as you would want it to work out. I'm better off just still loose feeding maggots, catching 5 F1s, rest it, catching 5 F1s, rest it. That would have been the better outcome in a match. Wasting a lot of time with this, but I'm only pleasure fishing, so I will carry on. I'm trying to catch whatever's there. I think it's carp. Why they're not burying that hook bait, I don't know. See if a little lift and drop is going to get me my bite. They're knocking the rig around. Oh, that'll be rain. I might draw this fishing session to a close pretty rapidly today. It's like one of those occasions when the fish are down the edge and they're knocking it around and they don't quite have it, and you sit there and you think to yourself, I need to be more disciplined when I fish down the edge, and if they don't have it straight away then I need to come off it. It's one of those moments. Yeah, don't put smiley faces. Nightbot's gonna have you. Right, few packs of maggots, fed pretty accurately. Let's give that a go. What's the time? Well, I've had my 5 hours. If it was a match, I've nearly had my 5 hours, bar a couple of minutes. And I've caught a few, not enough though, so I think what it's got to be right now, fishing to that third rush pile seems to do nothing. There's definitely fish long and fishing this edge, but you need to prep it for an hour, plunder it for 30 minutes, get off it, back long for 30 minutes. And maybe if you fished it like that, that might work really well. Or just sit long and catch bigger carp and try to do that type of stuff. But there's definitely fish to be caught on this left hand edge. Little indication there. Right, I can sit on this for another 5-10 minutes, or I can chuck the feed along. There's definitely some fish moving around here, but there's not. Yeah, then I go and strike at a bite. There's not enough, I don't think. I don't know whether that's something swimming into the rig, bigger fish, or whether some F1s have come back and it's just some temperamental F1 bites. May have been that a cad pot might have been a better idea. Just drop that bait right over the float. In fact, let's put one on. Just to see if I get a bite. I think that maybe I've got quite a bit of bait spread out now. Right, well, there's maggots are happily just falling out right over where my bait is. Give it a tap. That's the rest of them emptied. There's a bite. Oh, come off. So I think they're there, but there's not enough there to create the competition that there was earlier. I assume I hooked that in the mouth and didn't foul hook it. It looked like a decent bite. But I think I'll just have another go with this, see if I can get a fish. I think when you fish the peg a while, this just helps to concentrate the fish, whatever's remaining, you know, closer to your hook bait. Whereas earlier on in the day, then catapulting the bait out is a better idea to get the fish's attention. Come out from under that bush. Well, it got me on a bite. See if I can get another one. Spend a match doing this type of stuff. It may be that the longer because it's so shallow and so clear, it may be that after a while they get quite spooked by the pole as well. Well, that was a proper bite. Great fun, I must say. And great fun to be doing it in this peg. Right. So I think this might be the last fish of the day. I've had my 5 hours. And I've foul hooked it. What do I do now? Do I go and try and catch another one? I'll catch another one now, haven't I? Right, let's try that again. This might be why I'm foul hooking them actually, because I'm dropping maggots in over the top again, which is what I said I wasn't going to do. Carp top in between the tree and the rope again. Oh, why did I miss that? Why did I miss that? That was a good bite. I'll pull out of that. Why? Foul hooked it. Scale on the hook. So I'm just going to shallow up the slightest amount. I'm still going to put that keg pot in again. I still feel it's right. So what I think's happening is there's a bunch of fish swimming around, and the cad pot is helping to concentrate them to where my bait is. Whereas if I think if you fire the catapult, you then run the risk of dragging fish out from the bush a lot and then foul hooking them. I don't think this is as bad. That's all foul looking. Maybe it's just as bad, I don't know. Let's just go out without any bait in the pot. I think the hook's just pulling out of them, I don't know why. I think it was just pulling out of them. This isn't foul hooked. Right, last fish of the day. So I'd like to thank everyone for tuning in, everyone that tuned in 2023, the start 2024 in a fantastic way, catching loads of fish. And I hope to see you all again soon. Maybe next weekend, or this weekend, Monday. That'll do for me for this session at Gold Valley Lakes. The return to peg 118 following the match I had here the other day. We had a fantastic day catching loads of F1s up this left hand bank. I've had a couple of carp as well, The peg's not fishing as I would traditionally expect, but I catch these fish all day long. Look at that. That's golden fish to finish at gold. Catch you on the next one. See you later.